Okay. Good morning, and welcome one and all. For those of you who haven't met me before, my name is David Tutt, and I have the privilege of being both leader of Eastbourne Borough Council and also of chairing iESE Transformation Limited. And I'd like to welcome all of you, both those in the hall today and those who are joining online, to our 2021 conference. 12 months ago, life was considerably different. Our conference was due to be held in my hometown of Eastbourne, but it was exclusively online. So it's really nice to see people, at least some people in the flesh again today. So very, very big welcome to you all. iESE, as you know, is here to support improvement in local public services. And they do that through the sharing of best practice, the latest developments and research. My own authority first engaged with iESE back in 2007, and it was at a time when we really needed some help and support. And the support that iESE gave us impressed me so much that I wanted to be part of this organisation going forward. And it's the way that iESE works, it is about taking politics out of local government and having organisations that want to work together to share ideas, to share best practice, to push back the barriers and to innovate. And that's a strength of the organisation that iESE represents. So I'm pleased to be able now to join with iESE and to support others in the network through what we've learned in Eastbourne, and yes, to learn from others as I get the opportunity to visit other parts of the country and to listen to those from other local authorities. That network of mutual support is an essential ingredient in iESE. Today's conference looks at local government. It looks at the past, the present and the future. The past because it would be wrong not to learn from what we have done in the past and to celebrate the huge efforts that have been made, particularly over the past 12 to 18 months. Those 18 months have been difficult for everybody, but particularly difficult in local government. And yet, through the work that you have all done, local government has come through and is beginning to flourish as a result of the innovation that you have put in place. The present, because we want to learn from best practice and see how that can be applied across the sector. But also we want to look to the next generation of best practice and look towards the council of the future. Of course, these events are run with the generous sponsorship of our partners, and I'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Inspired Villages, Assurity Systems and Netcall, who have made today's event possible. We're extremely grateful to you for your support. Now, to kick off the proceedings, I'd like to introduce Bakita Kashida, who will perform her poem, Redefined, Within Our Reach. This is the first performance of the poem, and it was created by Bakita and commissioned by iESE, especially for today's events. Bakita, please come and join me.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to first of all say thank you very much to iESE. Thank you, Andrew and Annabelle, for inviting me to speak, and also to John for the suggestion as well. This poem, the theme is community enablement, to hopefully capture some of the spirits of the conversations that are going to be taking place today. And the poem has been inspired by Fiona Lees and Chris Naylor. So thank you very much for sparing the time and talking to me and inspiring this poem. And as David's already mentioned, it's called Redefined Within Our Reach. Once top down, inverted bottom up, fixed on an essential bottom, nudged growth, continually linear, levelling up, left in local hands. Seemed a one-way flow of becoming, interchange done to and done for, rarely asked, a poor of need, less recognized as a source of knowledge. How was the community defined? Blue sky thinking, perhaps the sweeps of the day-to-day, learning, earning, borrowing, buying, dreaming, belonging, lessons from the first to last mile, definition through unreachable praxis. Cuts. On our needs, we redefine intent. Who's within our reach? We reach ourselves for a time, with a purpose, investing in ourselves beyond budgets, challenging being done to, done for, shifting towards done with. Devolving to the heart of the issue, to the source of the need and change. Willing vulnerability and humility to collaborate. Transforming linear into narratives. Shifting identities and ideals, we reach each other when we trust that we will be seen. Self-determination, building resilience, we reach ourselves. Mutual aid, force direction, verberate ego, quashing defensiveness. What defines community in the absence of collaboration? Elected and appointed to serve. Through the top, the bottom, the center, blend to full rotation. Courage to speak sore words of change for purpose. Ignited impatience in this new normal. Social renewal, defining our growth, built on these histories. Refocus, preventing harm rather than seeking to soothe it. Through the soul, our ever-changing customers' targeted transformation. Communities within community. Seats occupied with people who look like us, not swallowed up in jargon and systems, instead of seats around a table, setting agendas away from hardwood. We're breathing at different paces, lived experiences, fertile ground for dialogue, enablement through capacity, vocalizing the need to change, views within and beyond cycles. Thank you.
Thank you, Bakita. Thought-provoking words and very pertinent to our reason for being here today. If you want to look at a copy of Bakita's poem, you can find that in the MJ flyer that's on your tables in front of you. As I said, Eastbourne was very impressed with iESE, which is why we wanted to join the iESE network. We're now one of the owners of iESE. It is a member organisation, and if any of you here today are not already owners or members of iESE and want to know more, please speak to either Annabelle or Andrew today, and we'd love to have you join us. So I'm going now to move on to the next segment, and I'm going to introduce you to John Comber, to Chris Naylor, and to Fiona Lees. And they're going to tell us a little bit more about what we're here for today. Now, John's going to be leading those discussions, but a warning, John, unlike last year, there's no mute button. John, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning and welcome, and I'm delighted to be here with iESE introducing this segment of today's proceedings, joined by Chris and Fiona. You've heard a poem that was inspired by Chris and Fiona and talks to a theme of community enablement. It's about working with communities, and the reason Chris and Fiona are joining me is I'm going to ask them to talk about what they've been doing in their authorities to get closer to their communities, to work with their communities, because the future not just post-pandemic, the future always was about working closely with communities and building resilience, understanding them, and getting them more able to meet their own needs. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Chris and Fiona to talk about their efforts to achieve this, what they've done in their authorities, any underlying themes that they think are important to achieve community enablement, and what they might recommend to other people to progress in this field. So, Chris.
Thank you, John. It's I think we're all going to say this. It's a proper pleasure to be in front of real people. Although it makes you slightly anxious, doesn't it? Oh my goodness, it's like people who aren't my wife in front of me, you know. Lovely spending time with my wife, by the way, but it's nice to spend time with other people as well. So I'm very happy to be here today. And delighted to talk on this topic, actually. I quite often get asked to talk about the work we've been doing on community enablement in Barking and Dagenham. I think primarily because it's something that as a council we've taken very seriously for the last decade or so. And I thought one of the ways into this would be just to sort of explain why that's been the case, and therefore consequently what we've done about it. And I think for us, and I think you've just alluded to this, John, actually, this phrase community enablement means a whole raft of things. It's about resilience, it's about people supporting one another, it's about agency, it's about power. I think some of those themes came through in the poem earlier on, and for us it means all of those things and more. Now, for those of you who don't know Barking and Dagenham, it's an East London borough. It's sort of 35 minutes, I think, probably in that direction. If you jump on the Jubilee line, you can get to Barking Town Hall in sort of 40 minutes or so. It's a place that I often say to people where everything sort of hopeful and fearful of the 21st century kind of plays out on a day-to-day basis between the town hall and the station. And there are a number of aspects to that. There's sort of fiscal challenges, huge demographic change. Back in 2001, 89% of the population of Barking and Dagenham was white British. By 2011, that had dropped to 48%. There are some wards in the borough where less than 10% of people associated with an address in that ward today were associated with that address 7 years ago. So huge change, huge kind of churn. For the sociologists in the room, I often refer to Barking and Dagenham as a post-Fordist place. And I mean that in both the sort of social and economic sense of the word, but also because we used to have a massive Ford factory in Dagenham that employed at its height 55 to 60,000 predominantly white working class men. And today it employs about 3,000 people, and they build diesel engines for cars. So have a think about that. But with that has come huge change. Over a very, very short period of time. And so for us, actually, COVID has been an interesting experience, but I think the real challenge and test for the council and for the community of Barking and Dagenham came in 2006. For those of you who may not remember this, at that time, 12 members of the British National Party were elected to the council. And that was I say that in a sort of non-party political sense, but it was no less remarkable because they only stood 13 candidates. And I think the common consensus is had they stood 51 candidates, as in for all the seats, they may well have taken the council. In 2006, a fascist political party running a London borough would have been something quite catastrophic. And I think at the time it was kind of written off as sort of nasty, thick, white working class racists, don't know what they're doing, they've been swept away with sort of rhetoric. I think with hindsight, actually, we were the canary in the mine, where what was actually happening here was a sense of loss, of identity, of cohesion, of community, and of the sorts of things that we'll be talking about today. So it's a real wake-up call. It was in the first instance, a political response of political reconnection. Since 2010, all the councillors in Barking and Dagenham have been members of the Labour Party. So this was a moment for the Labour Party to get their act together. But since 2014, it's been about the council as well. And there are multiple dimensions to this, which I'm sure we'll get into over the course of the day. There's a sort of, it infects how we think about growth, how we use data and insight and behavioural science. It's how we think about the design of our services, so they are kind of designed from first principles to reach out and understand and build the capacity and capability of people, individuals and families and communities. And I think it's also about getting the basics right. Day in, day out, building trust through doing things really, really well. because trust is a precondition for our relationship with people. If you think about any relationship in your life, if there's no trust, there's no relationship. Trust is very easily lost, very hard to win. And we've seen it, haven't we, through the pandemic? People on their deathbed saying, if only I'd taken the vaccine. Well, why didn't they? They didn't because they didn't trust people like us in this room. And if you think about all of the big problems that we've got in the coming years, without a relationship of trust, without people thinking we've got their best interests at heart, we are going to find it very, very difficult. So I think COVID has revealed all of these things. Again, the importance of councils working with communities to feed one another, to support people rolling out the vaccine, etc. It's revealed again, I think, the power and importance of data and insights. When I was working in Birmingham City Council, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we'd look at the epidemiology for 1.2 million, make decisions by 9 o'clock, implement them by midday. It was awesome. Imagine if we had that battle rhythm every single day for the big challenges of our time. That would be, I think, something to learn from. And then finally, and then I'll shut up, is I think COVID has revealed again those characteristics of our society that have been hidden in plain sight for too long. The differential impacts of the pandemic on people of colour. When I joined Barking and Dagenham in 2015, the average healthy life expectancy of women was 53 years old, 35 minutes away from the Palace of Westminster. And yesterday we're talking about social care reform. We need to fund it, but we've also got to have a conversation about how we live well throughout our lives. That's about communities. So I'll pause there. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Fiona.
Thanks very much, John, and thanks, Chris. I enjoyed listening to you. So good morning, colleagues. Working with communities is absolutely second nature to me. It's why I've been in the jobs I have been privileged to hold. I began my working life as a community worker 43 years ago, and I think as a chief executive, I was still a community worker. I just had a much bigger community. And, everything about this pandemic, it has been a global pandemic, but everything about it has been local, both in terms of its impact and its response. And we have exercised our servant leadership in that role. I retired from East Ayrshire in January, and since then I have been interim chief executive at Dumfries and Galloway. So I have worked through the pandemic with communities. And what I've seen probably is 4 things that I think have allowed us to respond in the way that we have. And the first thing is our relationship with our communities. We could not be closer. And that is something that you don't just get, that's something that you have to work at. I always think actually trust is quite easy to get, it's much harder to keep it. And once you lose it, you've lost it. And I do agree with Chris, it's about doing what you say and saying what you do and letting your action do the talking. And, we were able to build on very trusting relationships in East Ayrshire and to move at speed. And I've seen the same in Dumfries and Galloway as well. I think the second thing was having empowered teams. Because our teams know their communities well, the communities they serve well. So it was about saying to our teams, do the right thing, and we've got your back. And as we moved to mission critical services, that was hugely important to do that. And that is what we will want to build on into the future. Because that same criticality of life and death is the criticality we now need to have, the pace and the scale and the urgency we now need to have as we move into recovery and we tackle poverty and the inequalities which this pandemic has laid bare. And I think the third thing has been our partners and our partnership working. You move at the speed of trust, and in the communities I have worked in and served, then with partners we've moved quickly because we've trusted each other. And I think the fourth thing, and it's timely with this topic here today, is the role of local government. Everything about this pandemic has been about place. We've told people to stay at home. Their communities have never been more important, and we are the leaders of place. Local government is about local leadership, and we have exercised that well. And now we need to take that same ability and move forward as we keep one foot in response, because COVID's no finished with us yet, and, you know, as we seek to learn as we go and we help our communities to recover. So this has never been more important, the timing of this conference. Delighted to see as many delegates here and as many colleagues joining us online. And this is about learning, listening and learning. Every day is a school day. So thanks very much, John.
And if I could ask you both just to give one example of what you mean by community enablement. If you were to pick just one thing as an example, what would it be that you could share with people which you feel would give an understanding? It could be something simple, it could be something complex. What would the one example be, he said, putting you on the spot just as you're here?
In East Ayrshire, you know, we had 5,000 people who were shielding. And, you know, a lot of those people we knew, a lot of them we didn't. But communities knew them. And, you know, we were able to reach out to them, to make sure that they got the help and support that they needed. And very often that wasn't help and support from the councils or you know, agencies. It was help and support from their local community. It was people doing things for each other. And that's what communities are all about. You know, in the worst of times, we have seen the best of humanity. And going forward, that's what we need to build on.
Thank you. Chris?
I think that the shielding example is a really good one. So I'll give a slightly different one, just to kind of just go somewhere else with it for a second. So we've been doing a lot of work recently on trying to understand the pathways of people into our expensive care services. What are the root causes of the things that then tip people into crisis, that then inevitably leads to becoming homeless or neglected children and whatnot. Anyway, one of the things that none of this is rocket science, one of the things that we've discovered is that people tipping into debt is the first step for many people in a sort of a journey of crisis. And so then the question becomes, and of course the council knows when people fall into debt, because quite often they owe us money, right? And in the past, our approach has been to ask them to pay, not unreasonably. But now actually we use it as an indication that something might not be right. But then of course the question is, how do you help people who've fallen into debt? Anyway, the point I'm rambling towards here is that one of the most successful interventions we've made is to connect people who are struggling with their money with people who have previously struggled with their money but found a route through. The conversation, the relationship of trust between those two people, we cannot synthesize that inside the council, not least because you have to get past the fact that people don't really want to talk to us because they think we're going to, you know, take them to court or something, right? Which is a bit of a passion killer, frankly. So how we connect people on a day-to-day basis to the result. So this is a point about how we connect people to peers in the community so they can work together, learn from each other. And that for me is as much about community enablement as what our kind of community development team does.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you, Chris, thank you, Fiona. That brings this segment to an end. We're going to have a 5-minute break and then we'll be back with you with the first of our next sessions, which is a talk about building the future. So I'll see you then. Thank you. My name's John Comber. I'm an iESE associate, and I'm joined on stage by Chris Naylor, Chief Exec of the London Borough of Barking and Dagenham, Fiona Lees, former Chief Exec of East Ayrshire Council, Anne Donaghy, Chief Exec Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, Arthur Chevave, Chief Exec of Babbage and Mid Suffolk Council, and Jonathan Stevenson, Joint Chief Exec of Brentwood Borough Council and Rochford District Council. Welcome. And we're here today to discuss, coming out of the pandemic, how do you build a better future? In the past, that's been badged as regeneration, as renewal, but in many ways the pandemic has changed how we view the world. But importantly, that was always going to be a change that had to be made. We know local government is running out of money. There isn't enough money that the government is going to give to local government for it to continue in its current form. So I have a very select panel of current chief execs who know what the coalface is like and how they have been going about changing their authorities, how they've been working with their communities. And part of this is to debunk any myths about regeneration. What is the new term for it? What is the new direction? How do you renew your communities? How do you work together to build the best possible future for your communities? We don't have a toolbox. We don't necessarily have a skill set that meets the aspiration of these needs. But what we have is local government leadership and a passion for working with communities and delivering really good outcomes. So I'm going to ask each member of the panel, starting with Anne, to give us some background about what they're doing in their authority and an example or two of what they consider to be best practice, what they're currently working on that is helping their local communities and their council to improve. And then I'm going to open the floor to a general discussion about renewal and how to build that best future. So Anne, if I might ask you for a little bit of background and some examples.
So thank you very much. Very pleased to be here and very pleased to be part of the panel. And it's great to have the opportunity to share some of the examples from Northern Ireland. I suppose the example that I'll draw on first is, you know, back here, I was here in this room 2 years ago, and at that stage we had the biggest drop in GVA in the whole of the UK at over 13%. So then the pandemic come along as well. So you can imagine that that was pretty challenging. So we worked with the business community, we got them together, we formed a manufacturing task force because our vision was very much about building a strong manufacturing task force, building the jobs back, and these were manufacturing jobs we lost. So we ended up taking about 70 of those huge businesses together, and we built a vision with them to be a clean tech centre of excellence in Northern Ireland and beyond. So I think it was about really with the community, the business community, creating that unique selling point, them believing, having the vision, the passion and the togetherness to say we can do this. And we eventually attracted the sale of the Right Bus site, which had nearly went into administration for Joe Bamford, JCB and all the rest to come along. And he is now building hydrogen buses in our borough. We then used that as a base to start to build what we're now working towards is a hydrogen town. And we have engaged many of the private sector companies to do that. And at the minute, we now sit with about 60 businesses that are all clean tech from a zero base, all within a 2-year period. So if I do go back to that line, build it and they will come. And the reason why they are coming is because we have now labelled ourselves as a unique place for hydrogen. We have now identified funding with a private sector to be the biggest energy park in the whole of the UK. And in addition to that, all these other companies are now coming. In council, we have led up a hydrogen and clean tech training academy, because what makes businesses locate in your area is a pipeline of skilled people that are ready available. So that hopefully gives you an example, a very fast example of how to bring your business community together, get them gelled together and hook on to some big one idea and get them all bought in. So from 0 in clean tech to 60 businesses within a 2-year period, and it is growing.
Thank you, Anne. Jonathan.
Thank you, John. There's a really interesting comment you said from the outset about regeneration. I think internally as councils, we all talk about these words that the public really understand, because if you turn up to a local housing community and say, we're going to regenerate your area, a state renewal programme, they're like, what are you doing to our community? So having that community interaction, some of those words we use, local government, we need to actually, it's about community empowerment, about where you live, what's the community look like, even more important now when we're looking at people who are working in their home in the community as well, because they probably will be working even more. So something we've done around Brentwood, one of the councils that I oversee as Chief Exec, we wanted to bring that programme to the community, and I tasked the team to look at, we'd built 7 houses in 35 years, so we hadn't really got a great track record in building houses. So I said, what are we doing? They said, everywhere we go, it's too complicated. I said, what's the issue? Then we go in and say, this is what we're going to do, and we get all the residents in arms and picket lines. I said, no, that's where we're failing, aren't we? What do you mean? No, why don't we ask them what they want? Oh, but we might not be able to deliver that. I said, we could try though. So we went out and tried, and we've now got a 500 pipeline of houses programme, and the first one's kicked off with a site that we've got people of older generation, some of them living in really difficult situations, living with cancer or life-threatening diseases, and they've actually come around with us because they've actually shaped their community, their living conditions, and we've gone so far with them that we've now created one of the sites that 62 houses, passive house, that have gone to some of those tenants and not disrespectful to them and said, we're going to build you a passive house, that have said, what is that? Another thing the council's come up with. But to say to them, actually, the house we're going to build you gives you better health expectations, better living conditions, and also, do you know, your energy bill is going to be £5.68 a month. All of a sudden, they're happy with a passive house, and actually they're saying to us, can we have more passive houses? Because they won't make a difference. So it's how us as councils can enable influence, but also listen and engage, and we can all get those outcomes, because the achievement, what I wanted to achieve on that site and what the administration wanted to achieve at the council was 0 carbon, and we're getting that by the community empowered to deliver those outcomes. And that takes work, but actually in the end, if you try and push it the other way, it normally, from probably all our experiences, probably takes you 5 years. If you push something that they don't want, can actually take you a shorter time if you go and discuss what would they like, what they want, and 9 times out of 10 that you'll come to a good outcome, and you'll create the regeneration, we all call it at councils, but actually they'll feel they've been empowered, and they've created a better community, and that's really what we're there for.
Fantastic, thank you, Jonathan. Arthur.
Thank you, John. I was supposed to just start with a little bit of where we are in the authority and where we are in the country, I suppose. So my 2 authorities are in the middle of Suffolk, the clue's in the title, with one of the council's names. And that's important because we're 2 rural districts. And I think for me, the direction of travel we've had in relation to economic development and regeneration hasn't particularly changed by virtue of the pandemic. I think it's just accelerated by virtue of the pandemic. So where we are today and how that contrasts to the past is, if we're talking in strategic terms, which again, coming back to what colleagues have already said, sometimes is a little bit of local government nonsense, but essentially that boils down to place, it boils down to innovation, and it boils down to skills. And those are the 3 strategic focuses that we've got as our 2 authorities. But the most important of those for us, and the one we've been focusing on more than anything else over the last year or 18 months, is place. And the reason I say that is because we're not one place. We're 2 rural districts made up of multiple market towns, lots of agriculture and rurality. I think I'm right in quoting something like 98% of our land is not developed on. So it gives you the context of kind of the economic focus that we've got. And therefore, we need to focus on place from the bottom up, as we heard right at the start in terms of the poem. And that, for us, means focusing with our communities on a specific vision for each place within our 2 districts, and therefore investing in a multitude of ways. So in some cases, we're fortunate that we've got the home of Thomas Gainsborough, we've got Thomas Gainsborough House, so we've invested in buying property to enable that to be developed further. We've got things like John Peel Centre in my other authority. Again, fantastic facility. We've got banks closing left, right and centre. So we purchased one of those banks in order to be able to invest and provide that additional accommodation for the John Peel Centre so they can grow. So that culture is one aspect of what we've looked at. Leisure is another. We invested over £4 million across the 2 districts, renewing our leisure facilities over the year when they've been closed. taking that opportunity of the fact they can't be doing anything else, but it's important in terms of that wider place shaping. Similarly, in terms of climate change, and these are all the issues that we're all grappling with all the time, but I think the key point is making sure that they are bespoke to the place that we're focusing at the time and taking the communities with us, because we operate within a 3-tier system. It's not just our district councils, they're not our towns. We've got towns and parish councils as well, over 180 of them. You can imagine the kind of political with a small p challenge that brings, and of course working with our county council colleagues as well. And what the pandemic has done is brought us all much closer together and focused on localism in its truest sense of the word. I think probably what was intended a long time ago has now become real in terms of building from the ground up. But I wouldn't want to leave you with the sense that it's easy. It's not by any stretch of the imagination. It can be a real slog at times, and we'll come on and talk about some of the skills that are needed from our officers and councillors as a result.
Thank you, Arthur. Fiona.
So I think now is a time to be listening as hard as we possibly can to our communities and staying close to them. People need time to recover and to heal, and I think actually we have not seen yet the full impact of COVID. We talk about the hidden harms in Scotland. So as I said earlier, COVID's not finished with us yet, but people still have hopes and dreams. And we need to focus on those hopes and dreams for people as they reimagine their communities, as they reimagine their town centres. And as we do that, you know, context is really important. So yesterday, the First Minister of Scotland set out her programme for government. And, you know, in the parliamentary timetable, we will see a COVID recovery bill. Last week, the Deputy First Minister talked about the eradication of inequalities sitting at the heart of that new legislation, and about economic and social renewal being what we will use to turn round the fortunes of our communities. And in that piece, this isn't about being transactional, this isn't about doing things to people, because in that piece, we're going to be talking about shifting the balance of power. So the future of local government is a future that's going to change, and we're undoubtedly going to see new governance arrangements locally. For now, then, what we need to be doing is the things that matter most to our communities. So I can talk about Dumfries and Galloway a lot more readily because I left there just a few weeks ago. And you know, our recovery plan, One Dumfries and Galloway, One Recovery Plan, we focus on the things that will make an impact to our communities now, and we must be agile and adaptive in the response that we make. If I'm honest, I think the real risk is that we see a return to normal and we see people heading back there. And the reason I verbalise that and say that is that we do everything we can to stop that happening, and we have an urgency and a pace to our actions, because this is not a race back to normal, this is a time for change.
Fantastic, thank you. Chris?
So I completely agree with that point that COVID, we're not through it yet. And I think the impact it's having on families and individuals, and how, not only in terms of health, but in terms of the psychological impact. I mean, it's quite possible, isn't it, at the end of this, that twice as many people will have died through the pandemic as civilians died in the Blitz. And if you think about how that still resonates in this country, I just think it's going to take many years for us, I think, to really understand what's just happened. And I do also agree that, therefore, a big part of this is now about shifting our attention to prospects and the future and hope, and talking about what could be good from this. And I think so. I think that's absolutely right. Now, when in the earlier, this is quite handy to having two bites of this, isn't it? So in the early session, I talked about all of the kind of a number of the challenges in Barking and Dagenham. The big opportunity that place has is that it's 25 minutes away from one of the most successful city economies on earth, with space for 60 to 70,000 new homes. And the view that we came to in sort of 2015, 16, that kind of period, was that if as a council, if as a place leader, we weren't able to seize the prospects of that growth, to speed it up, to magnify it, and to connect the people who needed that growth the most to it, if we couldn't do that, then we didn't deserve to be in business. That was the fundamental mission of the council. And that's led us really to focus on three things. So the first is, how do we increase the pace and scale of growth? That led us in 2017 to create our own growth and regeneration company called Be First. Hold on to your seats when I tell you this statistic. We've borrowed £1.7 billion and invested it via Be First in the growth of the borough. We intend to borrow another £1.5 billion over the next 5 years, up to a maximum of 3. And what that has seen is a tripling of housing delivery in the borough. This year, a quarter of all affordable homes in London are being built in Barking and Dagenham. And Be First have just returned its first dividend cheque to the council of £10.3 million, which, if you think about it in the context of when we raise council tax by 1%, that earns us about £750,000. Having an ability to invest in both the kind of the prospects of the borough in a kind of moral sense, but also as a kind of a financial proposition, it's made a lot of sense. So that's the first thing. Second then is, how do we redesign and re-engineer our services so they work with people to understand the root cause of what is happening and the difficulties in their lives, finding the hope and agency that exists in everybody and in those people in particular, and really, really, really trying to connect them to the growth opportunity of the borough. And that's partly a housing thing, it's partly a skills thing, but then fundamentally, which is the third point, I think it's about us in a kind of quantitative and qualitative way, understand the structural barriers and inequalities that too many people face. For many people like us, we cannot fathom why people live in desperate poverty when they could get on a tube and be in the city and earn good money. Like, we just can't get our heads around it. But we have to get our heads around it and understand what's happening in those people's lives. And that's a data and an insight piece. It's a kind of policy and strategy thing. It's a service design thing. But I think increasingly it's becoming an equality and diversity issue in the council. Because I think you've got to be it to see it. And I think that's, again, come through very, very strongly in the pandemic, is that, people like us, on the whole, have fared better than people who aren't like us. And we need to understand their lived experience to do something about it.
Some fantastic examples from the panel. I'm now going to throw it open. So we've heard these great things that are being done. What are the skills that you think are needed within local government, within local communities, to deliver the sorts of things that you're talking about delivering? What are the most important skill sets? Has the industry got them? If not, how does it create them? Where does it find them? So, open to you. What's the biggest skill needed post-pandemic or as the pandemic continues?
I think as a place leader, I think the biggest thing for us to really focus on the skills coming through is our influence skills. People to go and influence, because we talk about what we directly deliver, but actually what we directly deliver is only a part. And sometimes as a council, we think about our part and not the part of the place. So we talk about climate change. We can change our housing stock, we can change our facilities, we can change our fleet. But actually that'll be about 20% of that borough of actually making the impacts. How do we influence other people to make those changes? And I think that's really key in local government, because we've always been perceived as an inward looking, we're definitely more outward looking. But actually, are we outward looking, not what we're going to do to deliver something, what we're going to influence to be delivered? And actually, we probably need a workforce that are thinking more of that in the future. As I say, climate change, we can all do our piece, but how are we going to influence and change the houses that are already built in your borough or district? Because there's more of those than the ones you're building. How many cars and fleet are you going to influence people to learn or to use different methods of transport? Actually, you can change your fleet. That's probably 20% of the impact. So it's that influential skill as a place leader to sort of make the difference. And I think that's what we need to do more of. We can talk about what we've done, which is great because it's part of it, but actually, what have we influenced? That's just my view on that.
Arthur?
I believe it's very much about leadership, and for me, in Northern Ireland, it's about having a courage and a passion, very clear vision of what you want to do with the elected members or the elected representatives, but it's about buying, and to draw on some of the examples, it's about buying everybody together. So it's about the place having a vision together that you can really buy into from grassroots right through. It's then about having the courage to go and do that, and being able to swallow the fear and say, you know what, we're gonna go put our head above the parapet here, and we're gonna try what maybe people think is not going to be achievable, and you have to keep with it and keep people with you throughout that. And I think it's about saying, it's not about being safe in local government anymore and saying, you know, we'll just keep going. It's about saying, we'll push harder and higher and beyond. With that comes risk, but for me and for my council, the risk is worth it. But what you have to have in that is a deal with the council that if the risk, in taking the risk, if it goes wrong, which things do, that there's an understanding that, you know, it's not, that we have your back. We're not out to go, oh, that one didn't work. So it's about, in local government, empowering your team to know that a risk can be taken that is, I suppose, calculated, but that is okay. And 9 times out of 10 it will work. Sometimes it doesn't. But when it doesn't, you learn from it and you try again. And I think that is the future of local government. And the other thing I would say is, in the change of local government from virtual worlds and all of that has happened through the pandemic, I think the most important thing is to keep local. The strength of local government is the word local, because if you can keep connected to what the change and needs are locally, you will always know the right thing to do. And then it's about having the courage and passion to do the right thing, even when others think it's not the right thing, is to convince them and, as you say, influence them to see that and to bring them with you.
Arthur.
Absolutely agree with both my colleagues, and certainly I make it a mission with all of our staff, particularly when they join us, to say to them, I want you to make mistakes. That's how we grow as human beings, that's how we will grow as an organisation. But the one I would add that hasn't been mentioned so far is the one thing I think we don't test for when we're recruiting people, we don't look for, which is imagination. We ask people what their experience is, we ask them what they've done elsewhere in the past, and we guess whether or not they'll be able to do that for us in the future. And we don't ask them what they're going to do for us, we focus on what they've done previously, but we don't look for people who've got the imagination with the mindset to be able to drive things forward. So absolutely agree with what my colleagues would say, but I would add on that. And I think that's a skill. I don't think that should be seen as a soft additional skill. I think it's a specific aspect of people's personalities and skill set that can be nurtured.
Chris?
So I completely agree with the sort of the leadership paradigm piece. I've got 2 things to say. So one's about sort of, I think, technical skills that we haven't previously had that we now need. So one of those is definitely around data, insight, behavioural science. All the kind of non-jobs that the Taxpayers Alliance hate, right? We need to find those people and recruit them and be proud of it. Because they are making a massive difference to how our organisation is being run. So that's just important. And then I think I mentioned Be First, our regeneration company. What was very clear to us was that we were not going to succeed with our growth ambition if we tried to manage this inside the council. And that was partly a skills and capability question. It was partly a volume of people question. So there are 6 or 7 senior managers in Be First for whom it would have been utterly impossible to recruit that volume of talent, and what we're paying those people and how we incentivise those people inside a council structure. At least 3 of them are getting paid more than me, right? Which I'm completely fine about. That's the right thing to do. But it would just have been very difficult, I think, to do that inside the council. But also by creating a commercial organisation and treating them as an investor would treat any other investment, it means that we've created the right conditions for them to act in a commercial way. And so it's a skills thing, and a former imperial city that next year is hosting the Commonwealth Games. It's also likely to be the first BAME majority city in the country. So over 650,000 people in that city are not white. When I joined that council, all 11 of the senior management team were white British people. And in the history of that city, there had never been a black or Asian person on the senior leadership team of that council. That was not okay. And when you scratch the surface of that, there was not only kind of upset about it, there was real rage in the city that the city council did not look like the people it was there to serve. And it's very easy to point that out and talk about it, But we absolutely have to, in the next phase, I think, of our development, pay attention to that issue. And the thing I'm proudest of in leaving Birmingham was that, you know, the first black woman was appointed to the senior leadership team, and the person who took over from me was a woman of colour. So you can do it, but we have to pay attention to it and see it as kind of core business to what we do.
Is the age profile of local government then a threat, with people likely to 1/3 of local government officers at the senior level being over the age of 50, of which 1/3 are in sight of retirement? Is that a threat, or is it an opportunity for renewal? How do you see it? Are we losing too many people during the COVID, post-COVID, retiring, leaving the industry? Are we getting the talent in? Where are we finding that talent? Where's it coming from?
I think the biggest threat actually is that we do not have enough people under 25 who work for us. You know, and in the two councils I've worked in, and, you know, other councils I know very well, that would be a demographic that we would recognise. And I think we need to, you know, reach out into our schools and into our colleges and set out the career paths that we've enjoyed in public service as career paths for young people. So actually that's where my focus would be, and that's where my energy would be.
I think that we've, like, when I look at the Council in Mid and East Antrim, you know, we've got some really talented people. I think we've got to, as leaders, be able to spot the talent outside of the job description and actually unlock that. I still think that local government is too tied to the job description and the structure, and that is, there's some of the most brilliant people in my organisation, but you can't get at them because they're blocked in a middle management. And so it's about maybe being more, and with that has to be balanced with all the human resource and the unions. So it's very difficult to do that and stay within that employment law. So I think there has to be a change there in terms of the system. But I also think that we've got to make it more attractive. You know, we've got to make local government more attractive. So you've got to create, to attract young people in, you know, when I look at young people now, their aspirations, how they want to live their life is completely different to how we all wanted to live ours. So we've got to make it, and things like, you know, the adaptable working is a big tick for a young person. They might want to work 9 to 5. You know, life has changed. So the traditional, you know, you come in at 8:30, you go home at 5, and you have your lunch at this time, and, you know, that all has to change, and we have to, you know, digital is a big help to us, but, you know, I think we've got to change how local government ticks. And for me, you know, innovation and allowing people to be innovative and giving them that creative space. I often look at some of those, you know, those guys that write all the digital and web and all the gamers, and like their offices and how they work is so organic compared to the traditional desk. Here's your laptop, and, you know, you clock in and clock out. That would be my view.
Jonah?
So just a chance, sorry, Anne always says things that gets me thinking. So, you know, we are talking about future councils here, and if we're talking about future councils, we have to be talking about future workforce. And what we've seen during the pandemic is a blurring of roles. You know, we've seen people moving out of their traditional jobs and going doing other things within councils. And we have seen our values, the values that bring people into local government, have served us well. So as I was leaving Dumfries and Galloway, we were taking the opportunity to go back out and to be reconnecting with staff, to be reflecting with staff on what are those values that have served us well, what are the new things that we've learned about ourselves that need to become our values and that need to become the qualities and behaviours that we want to exhibit and for our communities to see. And I think unashamedly, we should recruit against those qualities and behaviours. We should promote against them, because that is the future of local government. That's what our communities need to see.
Okay. Jonathan?
No, just picking up a couple of those points. With regard to local government structures, that's a really interesting one. How many of us would, because of the structure, we see people go up in levels, Gareth Southgate sees a really good player play for England. He could be 18 or 30. The 18-year-old goes on the pitch because he sees the talent there, gives him the opportunity. How many of us have promoted a 25-year-old to be a director or a chief exec? We hold them back. We probably stifle them, actually. We probably stifle them to go, you can jump that level, but jumping 2 levels, that's a little bit too much. So actually, do we need to open the door to say, actually, if you've got the innovation, you've got the creative skills, you can jump as far as you want to jump. We do it in sport. We do it in the blue chip sector. We see owner or a creator of a company, 25, Facebook or Amazon or those sort of things. Wow, we wouldn't let someone not use a test bed as a local authority to do that. So we need to be a bit more open to thinking about that, and that's probably sector-wide. We're probably all waiting for someone to do that sometimes. I always think it's the case. As soon as you say, I will promote someone, because we've heard that council's promoted a young person to that level of an authority. But actually, if they've got the skills, they've got the appetite, and they've got the ambition, they should move to the top. Why hold them back? And probably by holding them back, we're losing them out of the sector into other areas where they can take that journey quicker.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I'll give a couple of answers. My first was a slightly cynical one, because at the moment the prospect of retirement where the age keeps being pushed up and up and up, maybe it's not a risk at all, maybe we'll never get to that point. But the more serious answer, I suppose, is we've invested very heavily. We're very conscious that as a county area in Suffolk, what do we traditionally do? We lose all our best people because they go off to university elsewhere. They don't necessarily come back when they come out as graduates. They do eventually come back when they've got married and they've got children. So we're missing that generation potentially if we're not careful. So we've invested quite a lot and done it collectively, because by providing an offer that isn't just my council or councils, but it's come work within the wider public sector, come and have an internship opportunity that's with the police, it's with local government, it's with health, it's that wider opportunity both as interns and as graduates. And we've been able to recruit and retain people through that process. But I do think, as Jonathan was saying, we still suffer with where do they go next? Because actually they've leapfrogged a lot of my existing staff because their knowledge and skill base is fantastic. But in order to get that promotion, we have to artificially put them into a management position, because that's where the money is, and that's wrong again. I think that needs to be broken, this notion that you have to be a manager in order to be developing your career. If I could be slightly controversial, and John might not thank me for this, I'll just go on a slight tangent. It's not just officers, it's councillors as well. Because if I look at our age profile and diversity more broadly, and diversity means different things in different places, but we absolutely need that from our democratic representatives as much as we need it from our staffing side as well.
And it's interesting that local government does have unashamedly a political side, which is as important as any other aspect of it. And it is that political side that enables the community and has that deep local knowledge of community. So never to be forgotten. So very happy that that's included. And of course, iESE includes both officer and politicians. So if we're looking at how would we design your organisation or change the design of your organisation going forward to make it better at what it does, we've heard about skills outside the organisation, setting up arm's length companies that can deliver and deliver in ways that the council can't and wouldn't be skilled to do. Is that the way forward? Is there more of that? Are we making best use of the supply chain in terms of its impact on local place and the critical mass that you can get from having so much spend with a supply chain? Is that an avenue that we need to explore and adapt and deliver from? And are we doing enough there?
Yes, it's an avenue, and no, we're not doing enough. So, yeah, I mean, you know, and we need to accelerate community wealth building, no question, and, you know, building our spending power within areas, both as, you know, almost all of us will be the largest employers in our communities. We will have the largest land holding probably as well. And we will have, you know, significant spend. It's not something you can do overnight, especially that supply chain, but you need to go after it, and that's where economic development teams come in. So, you know, you keep those important boundaries. So you grow that supply chain, and then you set the contracts that, in actual fact, you're going to take into account local suppliers, you know, distance and everything else. Yeah, more to do.
I have two points that I'd like to make. The first one is, you know, there's a thing called Brexit, which is really, in Northern Ireland, a real difficulty in terms of supply chain. I'm not going to get into the details of that because we'll be here to this time tomorrow. So, but that has a huge impact on supplies within the internal market, okay, from a Northern Ireland perspective. And we need to work with government at the highest level and be very forthright in doing that to resolve the practical issues on the ground and not to get those mixed up with the political issues, because they're two separate things. They do cross over, and that's where difficulties come for chief executives. But I have to say that it's so important that the practical issues are resolved, and we are the people to do that, while the politicians sort out the rights and wrongs of that. The second thing I'd say is you have to go out and create your own supply chain and your own networks. And I've had the great pleasure over the past while of working with Fiona and some of our colleagues in North and South Ayrshire and Dumfries and Galloway, because in Northern Ireland and Mid and East Sanctum, we see the road, the A77 and the A75, as a critical part of our supply chain in Northern Ireland. So you've got to think beyond the boundaries of your own council. We're one union, we have to think together, and that, I think, it's about the strength of the supply chain from not just Mid and East Sanctum, the whole of Northern Ireland, the whole of the UK.
Jonathan?
Yeah, just a view on sort of where we go moving forward. We talk about things as councils as we're outcome focused, we're commercial, but actually the structures behind us, we just talked about skills, but do we actually focus the resources about the things we want to do? And we don't, and we need to do it more. So we say we're going to be outcome focused, we say we're going to be commercial, but any commercial organisation that was going to put everything online would put a high focus of your resource on the digital side. But probably all of us, especially some of the smaller councils, you might have 1 or 2 people focused on the digital journey. But if 90% of your work in the future is going to be digital, we don't allocate the resource. The same about economic development. We say we're going to help place shape, we're going to provide inward investment, economy. In a small council, you have 1 person or 2 people, or sometimes 5 or 10 perhaps on a unitary. But again, we're not allocating our resource around the demand. So actually, are we being commercial? Because commercial organisation, if your journey from going from the high street to be an online provider, probably most of your team will be online, working the digital team overnight. We take a long time attraction to do that. We really need to allocate our resource about some of those sort of visionary outcomes. And I think there's a nervousness, but we actually need to be a bit bold and actually do that. Again, there will be services we don't deliver, but actually are they delivering the outcomes we're really all focused on the vision we've all got?
Thank you. Arthur, sorry.
Yeah, I think we need to continue to be ambitious, but also honest about the complexity and embrace the complexity of what we're trying to achieve. We don't do one thing. We do lots of things all at the same time in order to try and improve the well-being of our residents and our districts overall. And so what I mean by that is, particularly in relation to social value, if I'm building a council house, which we are now, which is fantastic, I'm not just building a house. I'm trying to make a difference in terms of the environment around that property. I'm trying to make a difference in terms of the climate change impact of that. I'm trying to make a difference in terms of where's the job going to go that links to that house. So making sure that we're absolutely maximising out the social value of everything we do. And that's a challenge for our workforce, particularly in some of the professions who may class themselves or deem themselves, I'm a planner, I'm a building control officer, I'm an environmental health officer. No, you're not. You need to make a difference to all these things, and I expect you to make a difference to all those things, not just bring one single profession to the table. I want your expertise, but then I want to milk it for everything else you've got as a human being, not just the profession that you come with.
Chris?
2 quick points. So I think on the point about community wealth building and your summary of more and not enough, or however it was you phrased it, but it was spot on. But I do think it requires us to be really kind of rigorous in each place as to kind of where's the real prize from that in this location. So I'm going to give you another Birmingham example. Birmingham City Council owns more land than Homes England, the Queen and Merton College, Oxford combined. Apparently, if people know this, Merton College, Oxford own loads of land, right? And I kind of suspect that neither the Queen nor the fellows of that college worry about where their next meal's coming from, because they use that asset base in both a commercial way and in other ways. That city council, Birmingham, basically has like 1 person, an AD, responsible for that asset base. They're also responsible for FM of 1,000 buildings or something. Like, strangely enough, they're just not in the right headspace to kind of think about it. And so, yeah, they can spend loads of time worrying about where they source their catering from, or, all of that sort of stuff. That's the prize. Go get after that prize and transform that city and the prospects of people consequent of that. So I think just be clear about where the opportunity is, then go for it, rather than sort of faffing on with other bits and bobs. Second, very brief thing I'd say is a lot of what we've been talking about today, community enablement, working with people before they tip into crisis, all that sort of stuff. I think we do need to recognise that the way in which public services have been designed, particularly in a time of austerity, is to do exactly the opposite of that. Right? A lot of our services are based around, do you have a need? Do you meet a test? If you do meet a test, we'll give you a service. And of course, through austerity, those thresholds went higher and higher and higher and higher. And that had the consequence of that was the very people we need to be as close to as possible got pushed further away from us. We have to understand that that's how our services work. That's how kind of the post-war beverage settlement works. That's how the welfare state operates. And if we want to change the outcomes for people and work with them in a different way, we have to change the design of those services so they don't do the thing I've just said. Does that make sense?
It does. So a lot of discussion with the panel. It is the intention that this discussion continues after today and is built into a set of design principles which authorities can use to guide their journey to a better future. And the discussion is never going to be over, it's just going to develop. And we're hoping the panel will join us in that work going forward. Design principles can be called a little trendy, but the truth is, without redesigning the services bottom up, reinventing some of those services, changing those services so that they are community enabled, we're never going to get to the point where we're able to fit within budget. That brings this session to a conclusion. We need to carry on with this work, and we will allow you the opportunity to join a coalition of interest to continue to interact on what those design principles may be and how you may play a part in them. We're now going to have a short 15-minute break and be back for the next segment for a spotlight on public sector digital solutions featuring Netcall, Mind of My Own, Elemental, Assurity Systems, AI, name TBC, no, AI, and Babard and Mid Suffolk Council. See you after the break. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to those of you online for this second Transform talk. We're about to start the session on use of digital and technology in social care. I'm joined here today by Craig MacArthur, Director of the East Ayrshire Health and Social Care Partnership, Jules Maitland, who's above us, Jules, CEO of All In, a human-centred design company, Joanne Harding, Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care in Trafford, and last but not least, Mark Owen, Head of Technology and Digital Enabled Care at Hampshire County Council. At iESE, we started looking at digital and technology a couple of years ago, and we were looking at the trends of the types of technology that were emerging and trying to predict what that would look like for our communities as well as for our councils. And it was very clear that social care had a lot that was potentially change. And it is important, of course, in a service where the service is the people, that we actually look at how those information systems might help change the service, as well as how the technology might have an impact as well. And of course, that's built around the way we want to do the service, not trying to adapt the service to work to the technology or the information systems. So what we're going to talk about is sort of three different aspects. To start off, we're going to explore what a human-centered design approach actually means, and then we're going to start to look at what might be different, already starting to see it, but in the future with social care, and what the benefits might be, and also what the risks and challenges are that we need to manage. So first off, I'm just going to go around the panel, and then after that we'll sort of come back in terms of conversation around what they see as the need for the human-centered approach to services. So why is that important? What does it actually mean? Maybe I'll kick off with yourself, Jules, if that's okay. And that's your daily bread. If you can tell us a little bit about your approach and why you think that human-centered approach is important.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, just to give a very little bit of background, I actually started off life as a registered nurse back in the UK. So I've definitely kind of come from grassroots of delivering care. Yeah, I've since kind of took a long and winding path through software engineering and discovered the field of human-centered design through that. And I've since kind of moved into the social innovation space and the social impact sector. And I mean, for me, taking a human-centered approach, I mean, I was a nurse, I'm an empath by design. And the best way I can describe it is kind of comparing it to what it's not, which is expert-driven design. Now, there's obviously a role for experts in all walks of life, but when we have kind of top-down approaches to fixing especially complex problems, they often break apart, and they break apart because there's no one viewpoint that can kind of solve these complex problems. And the clinical experts and professional expertise is important, but we're not experts in the lives of the people that are impacted by these complex social problems, and they're often the missing piece of the puzzle. Both the people living that are impacted by these problems, but also by the service providers who are delivering care on a daily basis. They're traditionally not necessarily at the decision-making table when decisions are being made about policy or programs or technology solutions. And I think, taking a human-centered design approach brings that kind of missing perspective and elevates that voice.
Thanks, Jules. Joanne, you're coming from a member's perspective, from your point of view, does that resonate in terms of how you're looking at how you want to develop the services in Trafford?
Yeah, I think I would agree, really. I'm certainly no expert in digital software or digital transformation, but what I do consider myself to be an expert in are the lives that people lead in the community that I serve and the communities I represent, really. And I think that's one of the things we need to be ever mindful of when we think about our solutions for the future, that we don't lose sight of the people that we're trying to serve and represent. So, for example, we all know that social care is a very hot topic at the moment, and there's been lots of conversations about funding. Well, to me, it isn't just about how we fund social care, it truly is about how we reform social care. And we reform social care by involving the people that are in receipt of care and also those people who are delivering care. And I think all too often, we end up being commissioners and losing sight of that real person-centred approach. So I think whatever we do in the future around digital transformation and changing lives, we make sure that we include and involve people who are in receipt of care and staff who are delivering that care. And that, to me, is an imperative thing. We have to involve the voices of people who have that lived experience.
Mark, does that sort of...
It does. It's really interesting to hear that, because I think I'm sort of a bit old-fashioned, really, because I feel that as a public servant, part of my role is to help improve people's lives and to help people who may have different sorts of vulnerabilities live independent lives effectively. That may be old-fashioned and not de rigueur, but that's the truth of it. And I think what my job is, where I work in Hampshire County Council, is to implement technology in social care setting. And it isn't about technology, it's exactly as you started, it's about actually how can we deliver effective and efficient care services for vulnerable people. We've got a huge population, large, a significant number of people who access our services. So the approach we take is very much outcomes-based. So it's looking at the sorts of outcomes individuals receive. It's the sort of outcomes that we need to see as an organisation. We're charged with delivering efficient and effective services, as well as ones that meet people's needs. So all the time we're looking at those sorts of approaches and about how we can integrate technology into the care process. And it's very easy to get caught up in the sort of like the shiny object and the new thing. But actually what we try and do is make sure that we can blend that in with different sorts of care so that people's holistic needs are met as far as we possibly can. We're not going to meet all needs all the time. But use of technology enables us to do things that are less intrusive, easier for people to use, are available 24/7, which is a really key element of it, and that actually can be bespoke to those individuals, which I think for me is a really important part of this, is when we look at technology, is how useful is it going to be to Mrs. Miggins or Mr. Jones, or Sammy or John, which are really quite important elements that we build into it.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah, I just echo those same comments, I think, and I suppose just thinking back is some of the stuff we looked at during the broader transformation journey of the council, not just about health and social care, and digital's not always the answer. I think sometimes we just jump very quickly to putting a digital solution in place, and that's not always the best way forward. I think we always have to remember that people should be at the heart of everything that we're doing. Sometimes the digital solution is the right solution, but there's a process to get there, and that's understanding and talking to people, seeing what they want, and seeing what that best possible sort of delivery method might be. I guess for us, it's some of the challenges in our areas around about accessibility. So not everybody has access to the digital technology to be able to actually access the service in the first instance. And that's a big part of what we need to build into any of those design processes as well. It's just understanding how we can make it as accessible as possible to everybody. But again, just echoing what everybody else has said, I think we can't lose sight of the fact that what we are is a people business. It's about our staff talking to people who use the services, and fundamentally we are about that level of engagement. And if digital can help the process, that's great. But we can't lose sight of that whole people part of it as we walk along that journey.
So so we've got a service itself that's starting to rethink about how you engage with your service users. Interesting to see whether there's any sort of commentary around the people who are supporting those users themselves. I mean, quite often we heard, I think this morning, about care workers spending 80% of their time filling in forms rather than actually doing anything that actually is face-to-face engagement with the care worker. And actually a number of the things that we've had fed back to us is that the systems that are used by people in social care, they have to adapt themselves to work around those rather than the system supporting best practice. So that said, what are the things that you are currently exploring using? I mean, you've said that you don't get attracted by shiny things, Mark, but you've got some very shiny things that you're trying out. So tell us a little bit about that.
That's really interesting. We're starting to explore robotics. We're not just exploring it, we're using robotics to assist care delivery. I think it's probably worth going back to that is when we look at these things, we actually look at the challenges we face and the problems we've got and start to ask the question, how can we address them? There may be traditional ways of doing it, but there may be other ways. One of us, for example, was we're looking at a deficit of carers in Hampshire County Council area alone of about 6,000 by 2025. That's a huge challenge to us. We also understand the actual challenges of delivering care. Being a carer is a tough, hard job. As is being a nurse or anyone else that has to do that sort of manual side of care or health delivery. And when we were looking at this, we thought, what could we do in that space? We fell on the idea of potentially using robotics. So we embarked on a whole process about 2 years ago of trying to explore what was available in the UK. We went beyond the UK into Europe, then we went beyond that into America, then we went beyond that. And now we're working with a company in Japan that is supplying us with what we call cobots. That a carer wears that assist them to actually to deliver care. So it supports them in their movements. It's a lumbar region thing that somebody wears, it's like an exoskeleton. The idea of that, it sounds really attractive, but the ideas are really simple. Caring roles are really tough. They wear people out very quickly. If you're leaning over somebody, moving them, rolling them all day, doing these sorts of things, moving hoists around, pushing people in wheelchairs, it has an impact on people's frame, and their musculoskeletal injuries and all those sorts of things get exaggerated. These devices are being used to actually impact on that. The payback for us is the potential to be able to deliver care in a single-handed way as opposed to double-up care. So we're looking at this from a whole range of different perspectives about how we can use these devices in conjunction with the care agencies, in conjunction with the carers, in conjunction with the care forward people, and looking at how care is structured and delivered, but also how carers are supported. We also look at it about trying to make caring a more attractive environment for younger people. To say, actually, it isn't just all about the things that we think caring's about. Actually, it can be quite, I won't say the word sexy, but it's, there's interesting things about that. And one of the big areas of feedback we get from the carers is, my God, you're doing something for us. Which actually they just haven't experienced quite often, that a local authority is putting time and money, and it's costing us a lot of money to do this, into supporting carers to deliver care. It's a really good example of something that works quite well.
So again, you've come at that from what's our problem, what's the problem for our community, and then what are the technology solutions that we can apply to kind of meet that problem. So it's a form follows function approach. Are there similar stories that you have, Craig, in terms
of old, in terms of technology-enabled care, the take-home model? I think not that many years ago, I think it was all bespoke products you're looking at. It was things that were being specially made for the market. I think what we've seen particularly over the last couple of years, is a number of products that are actually routinely available to consumers, round about the video doorbells, for example, round about the wearable stuff. So even an Apple Watch now it's got a fall detector built into it, as well as some of the kind of standard monitoring systems. So rather than having to medicalise some of these solutions, they're actually available off the shelf, and are much more readily available as well, so people can access them really, really quickly. And we're seeing that as being a real boon for us as well. So a lot of the technology-enabled care solutions that we would want to put in place, which might have been prohibitively expensive before, are now very easily available, and they tie in quite naturally to what you want to do anyway. And we've seen real opportunities there to reduce some of the 24-hour care we had in place previously. So people who are perhaps getting care overnight, quite expensive care, and sometimes that care package just involved the carer being there and sleeping most of the night just in case something happened, where now the technology can actually alert you to something, and you can respond to that really quickly rather than having people there all the time. So we're seeing some real opportunities, but as I say, it's about that consumer available type product now rather than medically specialist.
It's becoming pretty ubiquitous.
Absolutely.
And you can pick up on that. Yeah. Is that something that you're experimenting with in Trafford, or is that yet to come?
Well, I think what I would say really, I guess I'm a stuck record on this, but I'm going to say it again. Social care is not just about caring for older people and people who have long-term chronic conditions. And I think it's really important to say that as well. And social care is about supporting people to regain and retain independence. So actually, some of the very simple digital technologies that can be used. You mentioned about sort of the digital, the doorbells that make people feel safe in their own home. And let's not forget one of the great revelations to a lot of our communities over the COVID pandemic has been introducing them to things like iPads and FaceTime and WhatsApp, because actually a lot of people who have been socially isolated and lonely, who felt they've been able to connect with their loved ones over FaceTime, it's been an absolute revelation. So I applaud sort of robotics and that really advanced technology, but I think the flicking that switch to the prevention and early intervention is critical in social care, because what we should be doing is starting off with some of those, let's not forget things like a key safe pad is an innovation that has opened up, made people feel safer, because people that are struggling don't have to get up and answer the front door. So it's another way of keeping people safe. So as well as the grand ideas, I think we should as well be paying a lot of attention to some of those very small basic things that make people's lives better.
And as you say, the iPad, that's a physical engagement. It's allowing you to make that contact where you might be restricted for other reasons in doing so. I mean, we've heard from colleagues earlier today in terms of Mind of My Own, and if they're still here, an Elemental, who are looking at, if you like, communications in a very different way, and certainly coming from a user-centered approach. I mean, Jules, you were with us when we first met with Mind of My Own, and I think you were quite enchanted with the kind of that user-centered approach. Is that something you're seeing in Canada in terms of what you're doing, or is that still one that is the top of your list?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan and champion of Mind of My Own, and I think the work that is being done by that team is incredible. Just the way that it's really a kind of the gold bar of that kind of exemplifying the expertise that lies with that those service providers and the service users, in this case children, and really kind of embracing and amplifying their perspective and letting that shape the design of something that's really, really kind of innovative and effective. So yeah, no, I've not come across anything that compares yet, unfortunately, but I'm still looking, and I'll let you know. And I just think, I think what the panelists have said it all rings true. I think it's a balance now with kind of being forward-looking, but also not overlooking those, simple solutions to kind of some, what can seem like a smaller problem, to a health authority, but for individuals in the home, social isolation is kind of crippling many societies right now. And I think the trick is to kind of look at what technology is good at, and let's use it for those purposes, and like connectivity, connecting people, absolutely, and automation where automation is appropriate. And that stat of 80% of social workers spending time on documentation. Let's start focusing on developing technology to get out of the way. Like really good technology will get out of the way and free up the humans to do what humans are good at. And I think that's, what I think you're kind of starting to do with the CMS project, this future facing CMS. So let's look at where humans excel and use technology to amplify those skills.
So that's kind of, we sort of seem to be on the cusp of where technology is coming in, and everyone's saying that, okay, we need to make sure that it's not fossilising what we're doing currently with technology, actually enabling the best practice out of social care. I mean, certainly we've seen that in the case management systems. Most of what we've seen there is social workers saying, I actually have to work around what I use. It's not fit for purpose as it currently stands. Is that community, as it were? We talked about the people in our community, our residents, etc. But in terms of the care workers themselves and the social workers, is that again something where you see digital and technology is starting to help them? Is that Do we have any hope there yet?
I think the issue we have there is a lot of staff at the minute are firefighting and trying to do day-to-day delivery and making sure that care packages are in place and they're really sort of working to do day-to-day delivery. I guess one of my concerns is about changing culture sometimes in organisations and staffing teams, because some people are genuinely terrified of digital technology. And an example I would give about a kind of postcode lottery as well. How do we make sure this is accessible across the piece? So the care home sector, I feel, can be a really neglected sector, because people are sometimes placed there and thought, well, they're safe. They're in some accommodation. We know they're safe. But actually, how do we address other needs, such as cultural needs or that whole physical activity and those the things that address the wider determinants? So in one of our care homes, we have the Motitech bike, which is brilliant for older people to have some kind of physical activity, take a trip down memory lane as they're looking at streets in the area that they grew up in. So it's absolutely wonderful for people living with dementia. But I'm not sure that's accessible to everybody. So we end up with a bit of a postcode lottery system, and that would be something I'm keen to make sure that whatever we roll out, how do we make sure that everybody gets a bite of that particular cherry? Because it's wonderful to see residents engaging with that.
Interesting. I mean, there's another dimension to it, perhaps I can draw out from you, which is that in Trafford you've done a lot of cross-public sector work.
Yeah.
You know, so actually it's not just about the local authority and local authority staff. You're engaging with other parts of the public sector, not just health. How do you see technology enabling that relationship to improve? That you've got a single approach to the resident or the person in care.
Well, obviously in Trafford we're part of Greater Manchester, so the whole devolution agenda, and we've got work going on across borders, so that's great, we share good practice. But I was particularly interested in Elemental's presentation around the social prescribing, that real joining up of services and organisations so we can see how we connect. I'm quite keen to look at things like hospital readmissions and using technology can genuinely prevent that. So I think we've got some great opportunities that we need to make sure we harness now after COVID. But yeah, I still think there's cultural shifts to be made.
Some challenges there.
Yeah,
there's some challenges there. Mark, is that something you're?
Yeah, I think that's a really key point. I think one of the challenges for us is actually how do you embed things like use of technology into care systems and make it accessible and fair and all those sorts of things. I think that for us, one of the approaches we've taken, we've embarked on a very long journey of sort of cultural change, getting this, social workers to accept this and embed that in their practice. So when they're assessing somebody's need, they're actually thinking much more broadly than the traditional arsenal of approaches they may have taken previously. In Hampshire, we've got 13,000 people that we support using technology of one sort or another, from very, very simple stuff to other things. We're starting to move beyond that into the sort of concept of actually our workforce being curators of knowledge that can be passed on to people. So like they're using the technology people have got in their own homes. Actually, it's empowering our social workers to have the conversation with somebody about, actually, you might want to use that in this way, you might want to do that. And it becomes part of a system about actually delivering care which is much more holistic. The issue around care homes is a really interesting one, I think, and it's part of the system we've got in the UK, where we've got a largely privately delivered care home sector, and we see massive variances in the use of technology in care homes across the piece. Somewhere they're purely paper-driven, everything is done on paper, to somewhere you won't see a piece of paper anywhere. And I had a really interesting example of a care home that is fully digital, and there was a safeguarding incident, and within half an hour they produced a report, and the safeguarding officer wasn't accepting it because it was produced too quickly, which I thought was quite an interesting sort of thing. But that was sort of like some part of that cultural change, is getting people used to the fact that actually when we start deploying digital platforms and devices really effectively, they can be very quick, they can give us instant answers. But you're right, there is a real postcode lottery about how these things are deployed. And certainly in the private sector, it's a real challenge.
Is that an affordability issue, or is it just the fact the technology is not proven yet?
I think there's a range of issues, isn't there? It's a bit like if you look at every household in the UK, there'll be different levels of technology adoption. Some there'll be none, and others there'll be loads. So I think there's partly that. Partly it's an affordability issue. It's about the fact that, you know, the rates we pay for care are pushed at the moment, therefore the ability to actually do something really expansive is slightly more difficult. I don't think there's a simple answer to it. I think it's the role for the likes of me and others in local authorities to actually be having those conversations with care homes about the adoption of technology. But it's going to take time, right?
I think the use of technology across the whole care sector is something that's changing. I think we're seeing it changing. I think as a health and social care partnership and as a council, we would always want to encourage and promote and try and push that as much as we can to support the workforce as much as anything else. I think the point you made there around about governance and being able to produce reports quickly, I think that's the important part of why we keep records. So 80% of time spent doing it is clearly not acceptable, but there always has to be some record keeping in there. And if we can make that as quick as possible so that rather than something being handled 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 sometimes times, if we can do that once at point of contact and that streamlines everything down, that has to be good for everybody, including the end user. But clearly there's a number of issues in there around about legacy systems that don't necessarily support it, around about the cost of upgrading systems to get to a point where you need to do that. And certainly at a local level for us, these are all challenges that we're trying to tackle just now. A number of new systems coming in, all about trying to improve that efficiency, because it's the right thing to do in terms of governance, but it's also the right thing to do because you can provide so much care for the same initial amount of money, and that bit of money goes so much further, and you can actually provide care to, as we all know, the demographics are changing, so there's a huge growth around about that whole demand that's sitting out there. So it's hopefully a good way of being able to manage some of that pressure.
And you're starting to sort of touch on some of the data issues there. So you know, we talked about producing a report in half an hour, but actually, how about some foresight around what problems might occur and so on? I mean, Chris Sneller was talking this morning and saying about his view was that the use of data and the ability to have that kind of foresight was going to be a key skill for local government going forward. Is that something that you're seeing already in social care?
Yeah, I think we talk about it often and we don't have the answer for it around about predictive analytics, which is, we've got all the data, we know we've got all the data. We always refer to ourselves as being data rich but intelligence poor, so the data's there, we just don't know what to do with it sometimes because there's so much of it. And if we can actually understand it better and analyse it better, we can then use that to be much more predictive in what we do, and hopefully start to see the problems coming before they're even there and being able to respond to them. Some of that's about the early intervention stuff that some of the technology will be able to flag up to us, but a lot of it is just about understanding what demand of the future is likely to look like and then getting a workforce in place to deal with it, rather than where we are just now, to be brutally honest, which is on the back foot all the time, just responding to crisis after crisis. We need to try and get ourselves more on the front foot.
So in terms of the foresight, that's yet to come for, is that true of all of you? That's the sort of...
So I think the data issue is a really interesting one, because you're right, there are loads of sources of data. Joining those up is really challenging. And this ownership of data thing, and I'm not talking about my personal data, I mean organisational ownership of data, and cross-referencing that is a challenge, but it's one that's got to be addressed. I think the issue around predictive stuff, there's a lot of technology that's starting to emerge that claims to be predictive, claims to give you data. It's all rubbish as far as I'm concerned at the moment. And we're not seeing it. Yeah, I just call it what it is. There's nothing that we're seeing that is actually giving us the real quality information, so that if we could sit and look at data that was coming in for very frail over 85s, for example, about their frailty increasing, if we could start to understand that effectively, not only would it impact on social care delivery, it would impact on health in terms of the potential for it to tip into a health episode. Those sorts of things are really key, and they will be the future, but they're not here yet. And I think one of the things the pandemic's done, that's sort of one of the downside of that, is produce lots of snake oil salesmen that are peddling around lots of things that are trying to say, we do this now, and they don't. And what we need to see is a decent evidence base that actually starts to give us the hope that we can look at these things effectively. So I was a bit passionate about that, but it's a bit of a bugbear of mine at the moment.
Just to pick up on that then, I think that the bit about the data is important, because you're right, we're bombarded with data, aren't we? We've got it coming from all sides really. But I think a key thing, that, again, that we miss, we've got all these reports that tell us everything, but we very often neglect to ask people. So I had a presentation on a happiness survey. And apparently the older you get, the happier you become. Well, I'm not so sure about that sometimes. But actually, one of the questions I asked was, have you gone into a care home and asked older people just how happy they feel? Oh no, we've not done that. And actually, if we'd have gone into care homes and asked questions of older people, and people living in supported living around learning disabilities and so on, just asking questions of people, what would make you happy? That's a straightforward question. It's not a trick question. It's dead easy, really. And if somebody said, well, I want to see my friends, and that is, we can be over-prescriptive in social care. We decide what people want. But actually, I had people, when I went to visit people living in a learning disability setting, they said, I don't want you to set all these fancy things up. I want to see my friends. So I've been working with an organisation called Empower You in Trafford, and they are amazing. And what they do is they set up friendship groups so people can go to the cinema together. Things we take for granted. If I want to go out for food with my friends, I can do that. Nobody stops me. If I was living in supported living, somebody would tell me what I could and couldn't do. How is that ever right in social care? So I think for me, a richness of data comes from the people that are living that life. And I think we should go back to basics sometimes and just say, what makes you happy? What would improve your life? And how could we make that happen?
And our systems need to re-engage around that as a principle, so that actually we don't have information systems that just collect records about your state of health or your state of mind as it was 3 weeks ago. They actually promote the best practice in social care to engage with the client in that way.
Your point about time, I think there is an issue here about using technology to free up time. Because we've got social workers that are really hard pushed, and to be able to ask those questions, we need to give people time. Technology can actually deliver time to people to do exactly what you're saying. So I think there's a bit of intelligence here about using technology effectively.
Jules, if I can draw you back again, sorry, I can't look up that high. It's not you. Is what we're saying here, I mean, you've obviously got the experience of the UK, got the experience of Canada, you've even got the experience of some of the projects in the Middle East, in Dubai. I mean, what is what we're saying here behind the curve? Is it common to what you're finding elsewhere in other countries?
No, I think it's fairly in line with people who are living it. I think we know that the promise of technology is still very much that. It's a promise, and it feels like more and more people are realizing, oh, hey, let's get back to basics. Let's, again, go to the source, speak to people, see what their hopes and dreams and desires are. And sometimes that's when it comes back to that kind of needed culture change, because what a person who's dependent on some of these services might hope and dream for might go against, might bump up against kind of institutional kind of recognition of risk and willingness to kind of, expand, permit, that person's horizon to expand. So again, this kind of culture change kind of goes hand in hand. And I think one thing we do need to be wary of, especially in social care, is that coded bias. If we are looking at interpretation of incidents from the past to inform our prediction of things that may happen in the future, we have to be so mindful to the biases that are encoded in our past decision making and our current decision making, because algorithms aren't neutral. So that's just an extra reason to be cautious and be kind of skeptical of some of the kind of shiny promises, because we're not there yet.
So does that mean that we need to think less about prediction and more about the outcome that we want and what's fair and just, if you like, and then actually model around that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Okay, so we've got sort of some cultural change issues in there. We've got some process change issues, and the technology is starting to be there, but maybe not quite supportive yet. You've mentioned some of the challenges, like getting the systems to talk to each other. Open standards are a wonderful idea, and but in social care they don't really exist. What are the other issues that you see in terms of taking digital and making it fit, good care practice rather than just taking it and, as you say, taking the shiny object and getting allured by it?
I think for me, we're a bit of a golden moment here in social care, and I remember saying this, that if not now, when, around the whole conversation about reform of social care. A key thing for me is that I don't think the public understands social care as much as they understand health, or they maybe don't cherish it as much as they do our NHS. So if we say, we've got a brand new shiny piece of kit in the NHS that will do this, everybody goes, that's amazing, because everybody loves the NHS. If we were to say, we've got a brand new piece of kit in social care that will enable people to live independent lives, nobody really knows about social care, or they think it's just something that happens to somebody else over there. So part of the things that we can do, who are leaders in social care, is to actually open up those dialogues and start sharing stories about people's lives and how social care is a force for good. It's about empowering people to live independent lives, and one way of doing that is by the use of technology. So for me, a key thing that leaders should be doing is just having conversations about why this really matters to other people's lives.
Yeah. Are there any other challenges that you saw? I mean, the challenges you must have had I was in that One Trafford project room when you had pretty much everybody from the whole public service bring their laptop in to deal with one telephone call coming in. None of them connected physically. But they're all brought into the same room at that stage. I'm sure it's moved on since then. I mean, just to get that to happen must have taken a lot of effort.
We've moved on massively, and COVID was brilliant in that we broke down so many barriers that, 11 years a councillor, I'd be scratching my head sometimes and think, why are we having the same conversations? Why don't we just do this? And actually we got those 6 community hubs in place within 10 days. It was remarkable. So actually, sometimes we can make things more difficult. We can put those barriers in place. So we have moved on immensely. Challenges are around workforce and finances, and we can't shy away from that. We know those are key things that we have to change, and that's why I say about those conversations in social care. We have to make social care seem like a career that's something to be proud of and people want to be involved in.
Yeah, brilliant, thank you. Craig, I mean, you start from an envious position from an English point of view, because you've got the Health and Social Care Partnership there. It's been there for some time and working well.
And working well, I think that's the key part for us. It does work well for us. In terms of taking change forward, there's probably 3 key bits for us round about vision, knowing what you actually want to deliver, which I think we've got. We know where we're trying to get to a lot of this stuff. It's round about money, as you mentioned. The finances is always a challenge, but we tend to find a way. We tend to be quite innovative and find a way with the money to make things happen. The big issue for us is about capacity, and that's just about how do you keep the system moving forward as it has to do just now, while we're trying to increase or create capacity somewhere to actually make the change that will be even better into the future. That to us is the real constraining factor just now, and that's, I think, the bit we need to address. And that is about making social care an attractive place for people to work. It's about understanding what are the pathways that people come in. It should be a career choice. It shouldn't be seen as a fallback position when nothing else works. It should be a choice that people make, and we can build career pathways for people through it, which feeds into some of those earlier conversations. And it's not about digital, but it's that capacity that then really allows us to make the big change in the system, and that will be better for everybody.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think the sort of technology and digital platforms are an inevitability. We're going to go there, and I think that isn't just because of the pressures we face as organisations, it's because people demand it. People living their lives using technology in all sorts of different ways. But I come back to what everyone said, is it's a human thing at the end of the day, and we have to make it real in that respect. And then it has to resonate with people who are receiving service and creating their own solutions. Because I think that is going to be one of the keys to this, is providing the methodologies and the enablement for people to find their own solutions and create largely their own solutions. Doing things for people is probably going to change. Isn't going to, it was a case that people used to prescribe hours of dom care, or you would get put into a home. Actually, those sorts of things will change. We need to become much more of an enabling organisation, those sort of, the curation of knowledge and those sorts of things to be able to supply to other people. But I think the one key thing, and I think on this, is that the inevitability of technological adoption is there, it's going to happen. We need to embrace it in the right spirit, but also maintain our humanity, which is a real key thing.
I mean, from our perspective, that raises one really big challenge, which is around seen councils recently who've had the whole council taken down in terms of its digital infrastructure. The kind of technologies we're implementing, where it's little control systems with very small processing power and operators, they have no protection at all. Yep. You're just seeing the first effectively driverless cars coming out. Someone can come into hack into that car and say, "You've just had a crash. Stop," or deploy the airbag. Yep. And you know, the technologies we're putting into homes, onto people, that have the same vulnerabilities. So you know, there's an issue there as a sector that we need to face.
It does, but I think we ran a program we're using now around the Alexa and stuff like that. There's a real IG issue around that because you know, when you use an Alexa, I don't know if anyone's thought about this, but that gets processed through the Amazon data farms, and that can be anywhere in the world. And so as a local authority, you can't just go giving people with your thing. It's, you know, there's a lot to think about. But that means that people need to think about how they're going to use the technology. It's theirs. And that changes the relationship purely because of the nature of the technology. So what you're saying there is absolutely key.
Yeah. So that you say, we've got to think carefully, not just about the technology, but the information and why we need it, why we're joining up, and how we're going to look after it, how we act as good custodians of that information. I think we're getting to the end of our sort of session. We've got a minute or two left, so any sort of final rounding up comments, Craig? Have you got?
I was just going to say, I think there's a huge opportunity coming at us quite quickly round about the shift from analogue to digital. So currently we've got a significant number of our service users have community alarms at home, and they're typically delivered through the telephone line. And as we see that swapping across to digital, I think that then gives us huge opportunity to put different types of technologies into people's houses, with their permission clearly. But I think in terms of some of that, the really innovative stuff that we talk about and being maybe prohibitively expensive, I think that's going to become much more accessible in the near future. So there are huge opportunities coming quickly.
Great. So we're still very positive, lots of opportunities, but make sure it's definitely human-centred, that we start with that individual and what their needs are, start with the engagement. And as you said, Jules, if we can think about what the technology does to free us up to do what we do well and have that human engagement, then we'll be on the right path. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so thank you, Jules. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Craig. It's been a great session, and hopefully you'll join me in thanking our panellists. Yeah. Sorry, my auto cue's it's a very manual one. Apologies. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's participated today, all of you here, all of you online. The purpose of these events is to not just share the stories that we have from today, but to start to think about what we're doing next. So it's really great to have that engagement, and today is the beginning of a conversation, so we will be going back over the content and extracting bits out of this and tapping people on the shoulder and saying, can you come and help us to explore those issues a little further? So a really important start, so thank you for that. I'd like really to thank our sponsors for today. It is really important, and they do have a valuable contribution, not just in terms of financially supporting us, but actually the kind of innovations that they bring to the table. So that's Inspired Villages, Assurity Systems and Netcall. So, and I hope you enjoyed their presentations today. Also, of course, the panelists. I think we had a great lineup today, and I think that you'll agree that we've shared some really valuable information. The online platform will remain there for about another month, I think, Annabelle, where we'll have the content. Everything that's been filmed will be up there. It'll then be down briefly, but we're then going to put it back up as a permanent online community where we will start to use it almost as a digital networking, digital magazine environment where we start to get you to put up content, interviews, etc., of what you're doing. So hopefully that will become a great resource for you. For those of you attending the award ceremony, we'll be reconvening here at 1800 for the drinks reception. You don't have to be tested again, you'll be glad to know. But for now, though, I'll just bid you farewell and declare today's conference closed. Thank you.